Good afternoon and welcome to the January 20th, 2021 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 4:03 p.m. Due to the nature of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N29-20 issued on March 17th, 2020, the board members have the option to attend the meeting and take action on any item telephonically. The boardroom is temporarily closed for this meeting. Public input will not be facilitated in person. The public is allowed to participate in this board meeting telephonically. Prior to this meeting, the district posted a link for you to call in if you wish to address the board on any agenda item this evening. Ms. Schmidt, please call the roll. Will not be facilitated.
Trustee Belekas, you need to turn off your speaker as well. Trustee Bronstein.
Here.
Trustee Belekas.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Davis. Trustee Davis. I'm going to let this go through. Trustee Davis is in the building. Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Jones. And Trustee McNicholas. Trustee McNicholas just logged in.
Here. Here.
What is and Trustee Belekas, give us 1 minute to correct this feedback. Trustee
Let me know when you're ready for me to start.
Why don't we just go ahead while we're figuring it out? There's going to be a little feedback.
Before the board recesses to closed session, is there anyone who would like to speak to a closed session agenda item? I believe we have 2 blue cards. The first speaker is Kristen Okura.
While we're figuring it out, there's going to be Kristen, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Board President Belekas, trustees, superintendent, and district personnel. I would like to thank the board for their 7-0 vote to allow middle school physical education to continue on December 16th. We are working collectively to support and continue physical education in this format. The best format for CUSD students would be in-person physical education. I know CUSD will make this a top priority moving forward for the health and well-being of our students. I appreciate your willingness to reevaluate the credit, no credit decision also made on December 16th. Thank you, Trustee Hanachek. Many sites have provided data to Dr. Holliday regarding our spring survey to parents asking if they wanted to keep their traditional letter grades or request the credit, no credit option. In the spring, this was offered for all content areas, not just physical education. This was offered due to the sudden and unexpected school closures. Whereas in this school year, we began in the similar situation, made expectations known, completed first quarter grading periods, and 2 progress reporting periods for the middle school level. Then, with only a day remaining for the second quarter grading period, without discussion, you voted to change what they had already earned. Here's my analogy. It's like you play the first half of a game. You work hard, put forth your best effort, leave it all on the court, and then you find out when you thought you were ahead at halftime that it's now tied, and the second half, you will not be keeping score. How motivated are you going to be to come out and give your best effort? Who changes the rules halfway through the game? Why only in this subject? Aren't students still being affected overall? A few additional questions. Will the credit, no credit decision change students' first quarter grades at the middle school level? Do the students still receive a progress report for no credit? Several parents have asked me if their students can keep their letter grade since they work so hard to earn it in this format. They have asked me why their third quarter and second quarter grades are CR. They have asked me why I changed their grades even though I did not. Please tell me how I can explain to my students why a D is now worth the same as an A. Please consider these inadvertent consequences for the credit, no credit decision that you made on December 16th. Please include the CUSD experts in the field of physical education, meaning the teachers, when discussing critical components that affect how our students will play the game and come out feeling successful. Returning to my analogy, the game currently being played is their education. I'm always open to discussions about what is best for my students. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you. And Melissa Huthaker?
All right. First time on Zoom, so can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. My name is Melissa Huffaker and I teach at Aliso Viejo Middle School. I'm speaking again to remind you, as I did in December, that our district has spent quite a bit of money on the professional learning community model. And as you are aware, this model challenges districts to throw out the top-down solution-solving method to a more collaborative way of solving problems. Teachers are asked to work alongside our administrators to solve problems. Unfortunately, the administration at the district level, again, have not shown that they can adapt to the PLC way of problem solving. In December, a decision was made to switch physical education grades to credit, no credit. It was decided without any collaboration with middle school physical education teachers. The idea was the district wanted to cause no harm to students who were in these large classes. Middle schools and high schools are different entities. To lump them together is detrimental to the overall health of their programs. Had the district asked the middle school physical educators about credit, no credit, we could provide that from last spring to show what parents did not request credit, no credit. There was no significant percentage. At AVMS alone, my colleague Doug Wade had no requests for credit, no credit. And I had 2, but they both wanted traditional grades. Again, our district chose to make decisions without any real basis, except to say it is in the best interest of the student. We should be allowed in the middle school to take back the decision and let our students receive traditional grades. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Being that there are no other speakers, the board will now recess to closed session to address the following agenda items. A, public health emergency consultation with agency counsel. B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 7 cases. Significant exposure to litigation, 1 case. C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases. Student readmissions, 2 cases. Student expulsion, 1 case. Conference with labor negotiators, CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, Kuma. It is now 4:13.
Test 1 2 test test. Test 1 2 test.
Do we have enough?
Yes, we have 6 trustees and we will get trustee Davis logged on shortly.
Shall I start?
Yes, you may.
Good evening and welcome to the January 20th, 21st regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session. The time is 7:19 p.m. The boardroom is temporarily closed for this meeting. Public input will not be facilitated in person. The public is allowed to participate in this board meeting telephonically. Prior to this meeting, the district posted a link for you to call in if you wish to address the board on any agenda item this evening. Please note on agenda item number 13, staff has added an addendum to the exhibit with additional clarifying language to the policy. The addendum can be found on the district website, board agenda page under supporting documents. Mrs. Hayes, could you please call roll?
Student Advisor Boschker,
Present.
Trustee Bronstein,
Here.
Trustee Bullicus,
Here.
Trustee Castellanos,
Here.
Trustee Davis,
Here.
Trustee Hanachek,
Here.
Trustee Jones,
Here.
Trustee McNicholas.
The Pledge of Allegiance will now be led by Student Advisor Anshel Bosker.
Can everyone please rise? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Davis. Do I have a second?
Second.
And seconded by Trustee Bronstein. Mrs. Hayes, can you please call the roll?
Student Advisor Boschker,
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein,
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus,
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos,
Aye.
Trustee Davis,
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek,
Aye.
Trustee Jones,
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
I'm not hearing Trustee McNicholas. Are you?
Trustee McNicholas is rebooting her computer and will be on shortly.
Okay, so then is it a 610 or
601.
601? Thank you. Report on closed session action. Mrs. Hayes, can you please read the report out from the closed session?
Under closed session, public items, public health emergency and conference with labor negotiators, trustees voted 7-0 to direct the superintendent to open school as normal if we were able to do so as determined by criteria established by the California Department of Public Health for the 2021-2022 school year. If that is not possible, then create a reopening 2.0 plan that addresses the following board-approved priorities. Provide to the greatest extent possible a normal experience for middle school and high school students by restoring and bringing back PE and elective courses that were previously cut for the 2020-21 school year, and by reinstating the graduation board policy requirement of 220 credits and include sports, performing arts, clubs, and extracurricular activities. Provide daily live instruction for middle school and high school students, where all students benefit from live instruction during both their in-person and virtual learning days, and support for sixth grade students who would benefit from additional support by providing an option to be on campus 4 full days per week. Provide elementary students who need additional intensive support and intervention and who have experienced learning loss by providing academic intervention. Create a 100% online learning program option, TK through 12, through CalPrep, Capo Virtual, by providing daily live instruction and a traditional bell schedule for those students who choose to be online. On agenda item 3B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendations on the following ADR cases. Case number 2019045, 202011015, 202011022, 202011023, 202011002, 202011120, 202011130. Trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on item 3B-8, one case. On agenda item 3C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendations on the following OAH cases. Case number 2020070958, 2020100716. On agenda item 3D, student readmissions, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases. Case number 2020-005, 2020-020. On agenda item 3E, student expulsion, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following case. Case number 2021-001. On agenda item 3F, conference with labor negotiators, this was reported in item A1. That's my report. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. For special recognitions, we have Ryan Burris to present tonight's Extra Miler.
Good evening, President Bolikis and Superintendent Vital-Brulte and trustees. Tonight we celebrate Canyon Vista Elementary and Don Juan Avila Middle School for the video they produced to raise anti-bullying awareness and spread kindness. The video was submitted as part of the To Know Better competition sponsored by the Orange County Human Relations Commission, which aims to stop hateful vibes and wrongful bias that happened during the COVID-19 pandemic last year. And now we will turn it over to the video.
Are we having technical difficulty?
We will have it in just about 20 seconds or less.
Thank you.
That's it, the beauty of Dynasty. That's it. Let's just.
That was beautiful. Ryan, did you have any further comment or no?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for sharing. I think it's a wonderful way to start our meeting, and we can.
Can I make a quick comment about it?
All right, go ahead.
I just wanted to give a quick shout out because it was quite a feat to create a video between the schools, as you know, in COVID. So it wasn't easy, and a special thanks to our Canyon Vista kids and our DJAMS kids. Our Canyon Vista kids were our elementary students who worked on the artwork, as you saw, and then the DJAM kiddos took their artwork and collaborated together to create the video. And the DJAM students also provided the music. So a special thank you to everybody that helped produce the video, and our principals at both our schools, Gina Dagley and Amy Vericchio. Rosh Chun, our Aliso Viejo Pro Tem, was a huge help in creating the video. Lorena Salter at our counselor, and of Elena Rodriguez and her students for all the music. So I appreciate it. It was fun to watch, and it's a great project. So thanks, Judy.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more. And I always love when children put out a message that the world should hear and see. It was wonderful, heartwarming. It's time for oral communications, and I see we do have 7 speakers this evening.
Trustee Bullicus, we need to do board and superintendent comments.
Sorry, I just leaped right over that. I'm so sorry. Thank you. I'd like to recognize our superintendent and our trustees. Superintendent Vital Brulte, if you'll start us off with your comments, please.
Great. I have just a few comments tonight. Want to, again, big shout out to Canyon Vista and DJAM celebrating diversity with our students. Such a great message. And do deeply appreciate all of the challenges during COVID. So appreciate the comments made by Trustee Castellanos. So my few quick announcements and celebrations. Tonight, the board reported at a closed session their priorities, for the 2021-22 school year. And as we did last spring, trustees' priorities will be used to create our reopening plans through our reopening CAPE team. It also means that we will bring back our temporary high school board policy for discussion action at the February 17th meeting. And so we will type up and get those priorities out to folks. Sometimes it's hard as we report out a closed session to catch everything. So we will have those in our meeting minutes, but we'll also provide that to our community in writing. Our hope is absolutely to return to normal. but we have to prepare for anything. So we'll bring the reopening plan to the March meeting to discuss with trustees and the public as we prepare in parallel tracks for next year. So we'll keep you all informed as we move through this process. And again, our hope is always to return to normal. One path back to normal is the vaccine. And I participate weekly with the Orange County superintendents, the Orange County Healthcare Agency staff, including Dr. Clayton Chow, who serves as the director and county health officer. We're working with the healthcare agency to get a plan in place to vaccinate our teachers and classified staff and administrators as soon as possible. And what has been shared with me is that educators will begin receiving vaccinations in February. It's also our understanding that there are fewer vaccines in Orange County than the population demands. So there may be some challenges ahead, and I will continue to advocate on all of our behalf and make sure that we're able to roll that out as soon as possible. I'm proud to also announce that Leslie Whitaker, a third grade teacher at Essentia, has been nominated as the finalist for the 2020 Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching. Ms. Whitaker has been teaching for over 20 years with the district. She also supported many student teachers. She's been a math teacher on special assignment and worked with a team at the Orange County Department of Ed to provide professional learning for transitional kindergarten through grade 5 teachers. I look forward to celebrating with Ms. Whitaker and sharing more of her accomplishments in a future CUSD Insider story. Thanks in part to the waiver extended by the United States Department of Agriculture, schools have been able to continue to provide meals at no cost to all children 18 years and under through June. The waiver has helped the district serve more than 1 million free meals when the pandemic started through November. Our food and nutrition services team has gone above and beyond to ensure all students continue to receive healthy meals no matter what their circumstances. I ask you and invite you to read the full story in CUSD Insider and find out the total number of free meals we've served since the first day of school. Big hint, it's over 500,000. And that concludes tonight's report.
Thank you. Do any trustees have opening comments? Trustee Hanachek?
Yes, I should unmute. Thank you, Judy. Yeah, I think, hold on just a second. Today, like I have every 4 years for as long as I can remember, I watch the inauguration. And as it happens every 4 years. And today they had an interesting comment. They used the phrase, this day is both commonplace and miraculous. And so I had to look this up, and it's actually a quote from Ronald Reagan. And I'd like to just kind of read it because it kind of not only personifies what happens today, but in a way, education as well. It says, too few of us here today, this is a solemn and most momentous occasion, and yet in the history of our nation, it is commonplace occurrence. The orderly transfer of authority as called for in the Constitution routinely takes place as it has for almost 2 centuries. And few of us stop to think how unique we really are. In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than miraculous. And so that was Ronald Reagan, actually going back to 1981. So this commonplace yet miraculous event is definitely a fertile ground for educators, especially since public education was a fundamental ideal for our founding fathers. Public education itself is most definitely both commonplace and miraculous. And I started thinking about what the work we do here. Most, if not all of us, have come to take our public education for granted. But I've been thinking that if there is anything good that comes from COVID, is that hopefully we will never take the education of young people for granted. That is hardly commonplace, and that each day, frankly, is a miracle. So this definitely is a house of education. We are a board that makes policy. We do not make laws. We are here to do the very best we can to promote the best for our students and their abilities. The world is not asking less of our efforts. It is demanding more. Our students need to graduate with both the hard and soft skills needed to navigate our increasingly complex technological landscape, and the education process must also possess the tools to support our students building a positive sense of self and tolerance and dignity displayed to all others. And watching that delightful film, I think we're definitely on our way. And then finally, I hope that our classrooms can grab onto this. I was quite taken, as I am in most inaugurations, there's something that jumps out at you. And this one today was the inaugural Youth Poet Laureate, Amanda Gorman, with her reciting her The Hill We Climb. It was phenomenal. She's so young. And those of us who are fortunate to be around young people, she reminded me of our amazing young people, our students that have brought forth that we can do better with our bias training and tolerance. And I hope that we can grab onto this young woman's work and look at this poem in the future. So thank you guys so much for letting me share. This was definitely a momentous day, and I don't think we've ever had a board meeting actually on Inauguration Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. We'll now proceed to oral communications, and we have 8 speakers. We are going to start with Rocky Brown.
Hello, trustees. I trust you can hear me.
Yes, Rocky, go ahead.
Great, thank you. And that's what I want to say first, actually, is a big thank you for the 7-0 vote in favor of bringing PE back to middle school for this second semester. I'm really enjoying the opportunities that have been created through the new curriculum that Jake Jerome and Jo Marie Wilson have created over at BAMS. I like the PLC collaboration that has been going on between our school and theirs, and between a lot of other schools in this. And I really appreciate the opportunity to do this. Big kudos to you all. I also wanted to say thank you for the ability to hopefully work as a PLC with the board members in bringing PE back to live person instruction, where we can give our students the opportunity to exercise in person together, but obviously being, conscious of social distancing and all of the safety precautions that need to be taken. I just look forward to that. I really look forward to having kids in front of me once again, so that, with all the new things that I'm learning from this curriculum, I'll be able to impart to them a greater knowledge of physical education and build within them a desire for a lifelong habit of fitness. And then finally, I'd love it. There's many parents that I've been talking to who have asked me if their student receiving a CR instead of an A was a mistake. And I told them no, that was a decision that was made to go for credit, no credit. But I told them that I trust that the board will decide to allow the students who have earned an A and really worked hard in that first semester to be able to show, what the exact grade was that they earned from that, especially since many of them stayed within reason after school, not long, obviously, due to the precautions that needed to be taken. But since many of them stayed, after their time was up for work, in order to get that A using the APEX system that was first semester. It would be great to get back to those grades, the ABC, and obviously as few DNFs as possible, hopefully none. And I look forward to the discussion that's going to ensue on that. I also just want to say one more thing. In regard to this country that we live in, love the First Amendment, that we have the right to free speech, and that we can use that. I do pray that we can use that to encourage one another and to be able to hear all sides and be able to arrive at truth. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Rocky. And now Seth Tejan.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, Seth, go right ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Seth Tegan. I'm the Chief Executive at Mission Hospital in Mission Viejo and Laguna Beach. And thank you to the Capistrano Unified School District Board for allowing me to have a few minutes with you this evening, just to provide, I think, kind of a community health update. When we think about the school district and all of your constituents, which I'm one of, by the way, I have 2 boys that attend John Malcolm Elementary in Laguna Niguel. We employ so many people in our community that have children in school. And so I thought that I want to thank Gila Jones for inviting me to come this evening and just provide a quick update on what's going on in the community and the hospital. We have continued to see a tremendous amount of activity as it relates to COVID-19. You've probably been following this in the news. We have been blessed here in South Orange County, where we've had less patients than some of our sister hospitals have had in mid and northern Orange County at St. Jude's and St. Joe's in Orange and Fullerton, respectively. But we still do need your help. And really, there's kind of a call to action. We're still asking everyone out there in the community to continue to socially distance, to continue to wear a face mask, and of course, wash your hands. We're in a real fragile spot right now where I'm pleased to share with you, we've actually vaccinated, we've delivered about 4,000 vaccines at Mission Hospital. Of course, those rules are governed by both the state and county and who we can vaccinate and when. And so we've been working through our frontline caregivers and our physicians. Again, we have almost 3,000 employees at our hospital, 700 people on the medical staff. So a really big chunk of the community. And we're working closely with the county, as you heard the superintendent allude to earlier, on these vaccination sites. And I think that's really what's on everyone's mind out there in the community is, now that the vaccine is here, when can I, community member, get vaccinated? I'm really pleased to share with you, right before I came on here, I got an email from somebody on our government affairs team. Orange County has announced their second super vaccination site, or their second pod site. It's going to be at Soka University in Aliso Viejo. So a little closer to home, I think, for folks that are in South County. And we're really excited about that, to continue to partner with the county. We want to be part of the solution in helping vaccinate our community. But of course, we have now lots of pent up demand, and figuring out the logistics here over the weeks and months to come are kind of our cross to bear. I want to thank the school district for your attention to detail as I look at the process my children go through every day when they go and attend elementary school, the face masking, the social distancing. It really has been impressive. As somebody that's grown up in healthcare and works in healthcare every day, I ask them regularly about what their experience is while they're at school. And it really has been tremendous, just as a community member and as one of your constituents to observe. So in closing, please continue to help us. I think there's great news on the way as it relates to the vaccine. Pay close attention in the days to come with what will come out of the county in terms of more sites. And just know that Mission Hospital and Providence Healthcare across all of Southern California are really here to support all of you in the days, weeks, and months to come. And thank you for having me this evening.
Thank you. Talia Siksik?
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
My name is Talia Siksik, and I am part of the task force at Tesoro High School Against Racism under CUSD Against Racism. I would like to start by saying I'm actually very glad to hear that there's schools who take proper precautions for the virus, because as someone who has lost a very close family member to COVID-19, it really pains me to say that at my school, Tesoro High School, there are next to no enforcements of the precautions to avoiding the virus that are actually effective. We started the first semester by having proctors going around and making sure they showed students a visual representation of how far apart 6 feet is with some kind of foam or yardstick. But now they just go around. Sometimes they won't even do anything. They'll just say hello and move on, even though there'll be around 6 or 7 students huddled up next to each other at a table and wearing no masks, even if they're not eating or drinking. And it really, really, really bothers me, because as someone who lost a family member who was extremely healthy and faced nothing that would compromise his ability to fight the virus, it really bothers me that people will just use the excuse that they're young and healthy to dismiss taking any precaution to the virus. Another topic I wish to cover was the fact that I've said this many times before, and I went to 3 previous meetings, I believe, and there still has been almost no changes. Transgender students who no longer use the name they were assigned at birth are unable to change their names on anything, on Canvas or anything. It'll still always show up in the grading policy in some way as their dead name, which is not what they are called by. And on Google Meetings, that is their previous name, the name they were assigned at birth is shown, and teachers, and this leads teachers to slip up with their names. And it is really, really, really harmful for them to hear that name, because that's no longer what they are called. It is very similar to someone calling you with something that's not your name. And I was really, really hoping that sometime or something would be done for this issue, because it cannot go on. And it is, from what I've heard from many people, older students, seniors from last year, they've never done anything about it. And something else I would like to address is on, if you look on Aries as a student, for those who are of Middle Eastern descent or ethnicity, it'll show up as white, which is not what we are. We're Middle Eastern. And I've seen with many people, Egyptians or people from North Africa, it'll always show up as white. And a Washington school district did this with Asians. They said white/Asian and got a lot of controversy and outcry from the public. And I was hoping that this could be changed or at least addressed to have a separate category, as many do, which is Middle Eastern/North African. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Michelle Fossil Campbell.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. I want to thank again all of our teachers as they work to provide consistency to our students in this world where so little is normal. I especially appreciate our middle school teachers who are on their third schedule of the year. Students are slowly adjusting to the change, and I am hopeful that it is the last schedule change for this school year. I want to remind this board and all the work that is happening in the PTAs and PTSAs across this district. They are busy planning and putting on events at schools, all while not stepping onto campuses. They are advocating for student needs, equity, funding, and access to all that schools can provide during these unique periods of time. So I encourage everyone listening to join their local PTA or PTSA. Help support our students. Know that every child matters, and PTA speaks for every child with one voice. So please go and join your local PTA or PTAs, multiple, because you can be a member of more than one today. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Silverman.
Eric, all you have to do is unmute and you'll be live.
Thank you. President Bolikis, trustees, student advisor Bhaskar, and Superintendent Vital Gulti. My name is Eric Silverman. I'm a science teacher at Aliso Viejo High School and have 2 students in the district. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I'm asking the district be more transparent with COVID-19 case notifications at schools. From the Orange County Healthcare Agency link in the district standard operating procedure on page 19 that was sent by Dr. Merwin on Sunday, it says, when do I report an outbreak in a school setting? The HCA should be informed whenever 2 or more cases are identified in a specific class, work, or social group within a 2-week period. I currently have at least 2 confirmed cases in my 6th period class, at least 1 confirmed case in each of my other 4 periods over the past 2 weeks, and more probable cases. Under school actions, it says to coordinate with the LHD on notifications to the school community, including specific notifications to stable groups or classrooms. From the onset of the hybrid model, the district has placed the decision to go to school or stay 100% online in the hands of each family based on individual circumstances. How can parents make an informed decision without all the information? Why wouldn't you let the entire class know that there was an active case while they were present in the class? Knowing that COVID-19 is extremely contagious and that students at this age will most likely be asymptomatic, and we know that people are not likely to get tested unless they have symptoms or are told they were a close contact, doesn't it seem prudent that to more accurately inform all stakeholders? It does not affect any individual rights if the class is notified that there was a case, not necessarily who has it. Shouldn't we do everything we can to stop the spread? In 3rd period today, in the same class where there was 1 confirmed case last week, there were 5 hybrid kids online instead of in class. They did not have an excused or illness by their name in Aries, so I had to mark them absent as nothing had been reported to the school. How many are not getting tested? How many are, for one reason or another, not reporting it to the school? Today, I had another student at home in his backyard with an N95 mask on because he said his mom has it. And another hybrid student was at home today because she said her entire family has it except her. She had it excused by her name, so at least she called it in. It seems even more ridiculous that a student who shares 2 or 3 periods up to 6 hours in a room with a confirmed case that they would not be informed. It took me 20 minutes to identify 20 students who shared 2 classes in person and once who shared 3 classes on the same day with one of my students who tested positive. Yet, because they could not be shown to be within 6 feet for 15 minutes or more, they were not informed. I suggest that if there is a positive case identified at the school, add a 3rd notification, one that informs the parent that their student was not a close contact by definition, but was in a class with a positive case. So they can make the decision to keep their student at home, get tested, or send them to school. And please stop district personnel from repeating that you do not know of any cases emanating from schools. There was in fact a group of coaches tested positive after a meeting on one of the high school campuses. So you can never claim that you did not know that it has spread or not spread in our schools. Please be more transparent. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
President Bullicus, if my team can just address that either at the end or now, that would be very helpful, because I just want to make sure that our community has accurate information.
Can we address that now while we're on topic, please?
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Vitale. This is Susan Holliday and Board President Judy Bullicus. We work with Orange County Healthcare Agency on all of our cases. Every case is submitted to them and then reviewed to provide us guidance on specifically an outbreak. They would immediately work with us if there was any form of concern of transmission or an outbreak per the records that we share with them. So I just want to confirm and reassure trustees of that.
Thank you, Dr. Holliday. Our next speaker is Jessica Geyer. Jessica?
Good evening, Superintendent Vitale Brulte, President Bullicus, board members, and student advisor Bhaskar. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank our principals. They have faced many challenges and pressures over the last 10 months that none of them have ever faced. Continuous policy and guidance changes around COVID almost daily, which makes planning impossible and frustrates parents. They are concerned about keeping staff and students safe. They have had to learn how to continue to support basic needs of families, and in some instances learned how to connect with other government agencies to support families, and all of this while caring for their own families. So for all of that, we thank you for supporting us and our children through this very difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. The next speaker is Esther Mafuta March. Esther?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Esther Mafuta March, and I'm here today to represent CUSD Against Racism, a student and woman-led organization devoted to educational equity at CUSD. Following the circulation of social media posts of CUSD teacher Christine Hostetter's potential involvement at the insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th, CUSD Against Racism released a petition supporting CUSD's investigation. Our petition also requests that Ms. Hostetter is not permitted to teach students throughout the entirety of the investigation, and that following the investigation, if criminal activity is confirmed, Ms. Hostetter should be removed from the classroom. Finally, we ask CUSD to release a public statement condemning the U.S. Capitol breach and any CUSD employee involvement. After releasing this petition to the public, our organization garnered over 6,000 signatures in support of our petition, demonstrating the public's concern with Christine Hostetter's potential involvement in the January 6th insurrection. CUSD Against Racism would like to express our gratitude and support for Superintendent Vitale's statement condemning the breach of the United States Capitol, which asserted that what happened on January 6th was not acceptable, nor was it aligned with the values CUSD teaches in our classrooms. As your constituents, we encourage the trustees to make a similar statement at this board meeting, send another district-wide email, or pass a resolution not only condemning the events that occurred on January 6th, but explicitly addressing and denouncing the rampant white supremacy and anti-Semitism that occurred during the Capitol breach. Condemning hate of this kind sends a message of support and unity against hate of all kinds at CUSD, and that is a district that we would be proud to be a part of. Because of the severity of Ms. Hostetter's actions, both alleged and on video, we insist that CUSD continues the investigation with the demands that we have called for. If it is found that Ms. Hostetter participated in the insurrection on the United States Capitol or engaged in seditious conspiracy against the United States, she must be held accountable to the fullest extent possible by Capistrano Unified School District. Violent attacks against our democracy should not be taken lightly. And the students and families of CUSD deserve to know their school district does not stand for this type of behavior on a local or national level. Thank you. I yield my time.
And our final speaker, Stephanie Tarzia.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. I had put in a request on a specific agenda item. Are we doing that this evening?
Right now, we're doing oral communication. Which topic did you express interest in?
It was agenda item 24.
Okay, we will put your name there, Stephanie.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. And now, working on Zoom, oftentimes things can be missed, and I'm so sorry. I missed Anshel Bosker's hand going up during trustee and student advisor comments. So I would like to take this time now to ask Anshel if she will share with us her comments, and then we'll proceed to the consent calendar.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to bring up some concerns as well as some gratitude that the students have expressed since the end of last semester. We first wanted to say thank you to all of our teachers and all of the staff and everyone who's helped in the district with all of these weird times. It's an amazing support system that we have, and we really appreciate it. Working with some of the presidents at the local at our high schools, they brought up some concerns at their respective schools, and it was pretty widespread. So I wanted to bring it to the attention of the board and the district. They said that they felt that the students did not have proper access to mental health resources. They feel that the students are really disengaged and having a really hard time feeling that sense of community, especially kids that are online, and only even for the kids that get to go to school twice a week, they still feel disengaged and are having a hard time, and they don't feel as supported as they would like to be, and they don't really feel like they have access to mental health resources. Some of the presidents suggested teacher check-ins, and we know the teachers have a lot on their plate already, so we don't know what this would look like, but some sort of teacher check-in. My teacher, my AP Lit teacher, what he'll do sometimes is he'll literally just ask us how we're doing. We'll do a gauge, we'll do a 1 to 5 number, which really helps me at least, and I know my peers really like it. So knowing our teachers are there for us, or we have someone on campus that it's easy to reach out to, because I think although we might have those resources, I don't think students are aware of them. So having a push or some sort of presentation so kids know that they're there, people are there, someone's there for them, and that they're not alone in these really hard times, because I know a lot of kids just go on their computer and then log at the end of the day and just feel all alone. And then some of the students brought up that they feel like the seniors have been given up on. They feel like they said that the seniors are getting really demotivated because they feel like teachers have forgotten that it's kind of like their last year in the district, their last year of high school, and they're really cracking down on academics and doing well in school, but kind of they've lost that charm of being a senior and what it is to end kind of your childhood in high school and stuff. So they were hoping, we know that there's not much that can be done just given these times, but if there's anything we can do for seniors and students just in general to make it more connected, they'd really appreciate it, because ASB has been trying to get participation, but it's really hard, especially with a lot of kids online. So we were hoping for some support for that. That's all my comments for this evening. Once again, thank you to all the teachers for all they've done for us. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anshel. As we move to consent calendar, we do have 3 speakers. Michelle Fossil Campbell.
Trustee Bullicus.
Yes.
Yasmin Aslami first on consent, and then Michelle Fossil Campbell, and then Jessica Geyer.
Okay, I did see numbers after this, so they're under consent, and I thought maybe they were under specific agenda items. Sorry. So Yasmin, are you there?
Hello, Council. I am here actually, and on top of the specific subject I wanted to talk about tonight, which is wanting to extend this year, I also wanted to talk about some of the other things my fellow CUSD Against Racism members have brought up that our district has blatantly forgotten to acknowledge multiple times. One being the transphobia and not being able to figure out pronouns for different people who really need it. Sometimes I have seen it in my own classes that people will misgender people blatantly and the teachers will misgender people blatantly, and they will not ever ask to be changed. And I want to bring this up on behalf of the council as a learning experience. Like tonight, some of you butchered a name of someone else who was in our council, Tala, and you don't understand how it feels to be misnamed. And honestly, you misnamed me too. My name is actually Jasmine, but this may seem as if like it is a little issue, but it is not. This is the type of behavior that our district is condoning, which is leading up to us being an almost borderline, not very supportive district. And even though we have made progress and it is getting places, we're still not to where we're supposed to be. And I just want to acknowledge to the council members that if you ever are having trouble with our names or you ever need help pronouncing us, please don't be afraid to ask us. We have no problem telling you what our names are. Just please try to understand that, because so many people will go through this every day to the point where their mental health is becoming increasingly more livid and they cannot deal with it. So I'd love it if us district members and council members can take this as a learning experience. But back to my agenda subject, which was the extended school year. Today I talked to a few of my teachers, and yesterday I talked to a few of my teachers. And even though this may seem like a good idea because it is more knowledge, what the council member doesn't see is how students are starting to learn. This year, I know myself that I am not actually learning. I memorize just to pass my grades, and I keep feeling as if I'm falling behind in my education. And I do not know if that is just me or anyone else, but my teachers say the same thing. They all can agree that their plagiarism, cheating has gone up so high because everyone is giving up because this is so mentally draining to go to school online. And I may be getting a little bit livid because this is something that does hit close to home for me, because I know this year my mental health has been at all-time lows. And this whole online school and hybrid school can be so confusing for others, because some of the hybrid schools might be hybrid members, excuse my little mishap here, are getting maybe more knowledge or education because they're more in hands, and then the online kids are just left to fend for themselves, which can be really hard on people. And this wanting to extend this year, I feel isn't the right option, but it would be great if during the summer vacation we have, that our district comes together and replans the system, one that is fair to everyone. And that's my opinion on the agenda. But I also wanted to add that in the prior meetings, the council members have cut off many speakers out of the blue when they were in the middle of saying an important line that was super important to them to get to you guys, so you can create change in our district, which is what this whole council is for. And I wanted to say that if we can start meeting late, why can we not let people finish? And that is a genuine question for me, because if we could have started this meeting 19 minutes late, but we aren't able to let someone who went a little bit over 5 minutes speaking finish their comment, what does that say about us as a district? And as much as I don't want to mean this in an offensive way, I just want us to change. This is something our district has been known to cover up, and we do that sometimes. And I understand that this is a whole new district and we're trying to change, but if we're not listened to, then what is the point of us speaking here? And I love that the district is moving slow, but sometimes some issues need more faster thinking. And I yield the rest of my time, and I hope you council members are able to bring about of what we in CUSD Against Racism need you to do and what others need us to do. So thank you so very much.
Michelle Fossil Campbell.
Hello. Well, I'm going to tag on to what Jasmine just said and correct my name. It's Plossel. It rhymes with fossil because I'm old, to make it easy to remember. But I actually didn't pull an item on consent. I pulled items number 21 and 24, which are both discussion action items. But I will say that the extended learning school year is really aimed at special education students. And these are students who normally have extended school year, and it is a program that is much wanted and appreciated by those students and families, and not intended for the general education population. Is for kids who only have extended school year listed as part of their individual education plans, is what is on the consent calendar tonight. So that is something that those families really count on, and those students count on to have continuous services for their special education plan. So thank you. And I look forward to talking to you on item number 21 and item number 24.
I have you noted for those. Okay, and our final consent calendar speaker on my list is Jessica Geyer.
Not on the consent calendar. I was for some future items, I believe 13 and 24.
I do have you as 13. I'll add you 24. Okay.
Thank you. Excellent, Jessica. If you want to speak on 13, that is on the consent calendar.
Jessica, are you there? Jessica, are you still with us? Well, we're going to miss her on.
Jessica, your line is live. We have you registered to speak for item 13, which is on consent. Would you like to go ahead? The timer's going.
Okay, I think we need to proceed. I'm sorry for the confusion on that. Okay, that concludes all of the speakers. Do we have any trustees who would like to pull any consent item? I'm not seeing any hands. Oh, yes, Trustee Nicholas.
Yes, I'm not really focusing on a consent item, but on one of the comments about consent items. And I understand that Jasmine was a little emotional there, but I have to respond that she was offended that we couldn't pronounce her name correctly or others correctly.
You're on mute now, Martha. You accidentally pushed the button.
Sorry. Not all of us have the gift of foreign pronunciation or words or names that are not familiar to us. So we could always apologize ahead of time, but please don't be offended by that. On the other hand, I'm offended that she doesn't know who we are. We are not a council. We are not a city council. We are the Capistrano Unified Board of Trustees. So I guess I would be, if she was offended at not pronouncing her name, I'm offended that she didn't know who she was talking to. Also, the procedure for speaking to the board is very clearly delineated, both when you sign up to speak. And I think we even created a special document on our website that says this is how things go at a virtual meeting. So again, we don't need to be rude by cutting people off mid-sentence, but they're allowed 3 minutes. And if there's more speakers than we can allow on the time, we as a board get to decide whether they get 3 minutes or 4 minutes or 2 minutes. So this is how we operate as a school district. So I'm always welcome to hear opinions, especially from students, but I don't like to be called out for things that are not really relevant to our business. And I'm sorry that's kind of my, I have another statement that I would like to read, but I am going to refrain from that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to add that I am a new president of the board, and I am the worst at pronunciation. And my biggest fear, I can run a meeting. I'm doing okay so far, I guess. But pronunciation of names, my name is Judy Bulakis. I had to learn that name because I was calling my husband Balakis, but I answer to anything. It's Lithuanian, and I just ask for a little grace. It is not always, I can't talk about everybody else. It's not always that it's a disinterest in pronouncing the name. Some of us are just not good at that. And I will spend a lot of time in this meeting if I'm always asking first, but please correct me, as I was doing when people would call me Balakis, because I'm just trying to officially get my name across, but I do answer to anything. And so I apologize to anybody that I'm not able to pronounce your name. I will try to learn to pronounce your name properly the next time. So with that, I don't believe we had any consent items pulled. Last call? Okay, if not, then may I ask for a motion?
I move
Yes,
approval of the consent calendar. This is Martha McNicholas.
Okay, motion by trustee McNicholas. Do I have a second?
I second. Pamela Bronstein.
Thank you. And trustee Bronstein seconds. And can we have a roll call then?
Student Advisor Boschker.
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
7-0. Motion carries. Now discussion action items. We'll start with 21, and I'd like to recognize Dr. Susan Holliday, our Chief Administrative Officer, Education and Support Services, to present the item.
Thank you so much, Board President Bullockis, trustees, and Superintendent Vital Brulte. Staff recommends this evening approval of the California Healthy Kids, or CHICS, alcohol and other drug module for 2 schools that were randomly selected by WestEd, Las Flores Elementary School and Tesoro High School. This request is for an additional module of questions to be embedded into the CHICS survey. For middle school, it's about 25 questions, and for high school, it's about an additional 31 questions. The questions cover more topics tied to tobacco, vaping, and marijuana. Parents were notified that this was a potential option for them to participate in, and were provided a link to look at those questions in advance if they were to be approved by the board. So this evening, we also shared with the parents the option to opt out, as we always do with our CHICS survey. So staff recommends approval of these 2 modules. Thank you so much.
We do have 1 speaker card. Okay, Michelle, help me out. Michelle Fossil Campbell? Correct me on the...
Close. It's Flossel. So I always rhyme it with a pl at the beginning. But as you, I will answer to almost anything because I've heard it so many ways. I have family that has gone to Placel just to make it easier. Even though that is so wrong, and I have great grandparents rolling over in their graves because that's not how they pronounced it. So back to the item. Good evening. Please consider adding the AOD component to the California Healthy Kids survey for the 2 school sites. It will help with the anonymous gathering of data of potential drug and alcohol use among our students. Our district has invested in anti-vaping and other anti-drug programs, but this will allow us to see if those programs have been successful, or do we need to do more to prevent alcohol and drug use among our middle and high school students? The information gathered can help us better focus advocacy work going forward. So please consider adding the requested AOD modules for the 2 sites. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustees, discussion? Does anybody have any comments? Trustee Bronstein?
Hi. I spoke to the PTA president at Las Flores Middle School, and she was very supportive of us adding this.
Very good.
Judy, it's Krista.
Yes.
I just had a question for Susan. Is there, I just was curious why these specific 2 schools and not all the schools, or is there a reason for that?
Thank you, Trustee Castellanos. So yes, West Ed randomly selects. We reached out to them and asked them why these 2 versus the 54 others in CUSD. They were selected last year, and we think that because they didn't participate last year, they wanted to again provide the opportunity to these 2 schools, and that's all they've shared with us.
And I'd just like to, oh, go ahead, Trustee Jones.
So we'll get this data, and what are we going to do with it?
It's embedded within the CHICS, all of our CHICS surveys. So this data will be embedded into the reports that we receive from West Ed. Every one of our schools has a goal tied to their CHICS data. So the schools will follow up with their leadership teams and their school sites and counselors to review the data and then look at what that data tells them. Where are they falling short? What is the parent survey telling us? What is the teacher survey telling us? What is the student survey telling us? And how can we triangulate that to determine, what is really happening and how we can support our students? So it's used by all of our school sites to inform services and look at goals and strategies at that campus to support kids in being successful and socially, emotionally, mentally healthy.
So I have no problem whatsoever with the CHICS survey in general. I don't see a significant use of this data. And Dr. Holliday, I'm sorry, with respect, you have not told me anything that warrants to me the spending of money. We are in a declining revenue situation. I know this is not a lot of money, but just because West Ed says they would like us to do this, and they're not providing anything more than a few, 10 cents on the dollar or less to pay for it, I don't understand why we should do it.
Dr. Holliday, don't they reimburse us?
They do.
A tiny percentage amount, a tiny percentage.
And you're right, Trustee Jones, it's not the whole amount. I think that as a district, and I think we heard it today in our speakers, that we now more than ever probably have students looking to other ways to manage stress, engagement, disengagement, difficulties of COVID. I don't know if this data is going to tell us something different than we already know about students' substance use. I feel it does give us more information about their willingness to use or their comfort with use or where they're learning about use and where they're getting access that the other questions didn't give us. So I do feel it does give us a little more information to inform us how to intervene.
Okay, so this is going to cost us $9,340.
Yes.
That's the unreimbursed amount. I don't see the value in it. I mean, yeah, it sounds nice. I love to get more data. I can't vote for this. I can't justify the spending of $9,000 on something that I don't see what positive use we're gonna get from it.
Trustee Davis?
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure that what we would do with these answers would warrant the spending. And I do see that they would, allocate $660 to offset the cost of 10,000. And I just, from looking over the questions, and I don't know what we would do with the data that would make it worth it.
So let me clarify really quick, because I think the way it's phrased is confusing. That's the total cost for the whole core module, not just this survey. So I just apologize for the confusion that created. That's the cost for the core module. The AOD piece is free, and we're actually getting a reimbursement for participating in it. So we're already paying for the core module. That was already board approved, I believe in December or November, and that this is at no cost, and we actually get a reimbursement for participating. So I apologize for the confusion, Trustee Jones.
So this isn't an extra $10,000 we're paying.
Correct.
We're paying the $10,000 to do the Healthy Kids survey anyway.
Right.
And this is actually a little bit of a rebate for them to do it, to add these 2 modules.
Correct.
Correct. A
Are they-
$660 rebate.
Okay, are they using this as a data collection for them? Is this kind of a beta test or something for them so they can say we've tried it at this number of schools? Or
Yes.
has this always been available?
As far as I know, it's been available for a couple years, and that it is West Ed uses this data. Now, of course, it remains anonymous.
Susan, have any of our schools, have we ever done an AOD module at any of the other schools, or is this our first time out?
This is our first time.
So if this is our first time, we don't know if the data will be helpful or not helpful because we haven't asked these questions yet. So I think we don't say that it won't be helpful or we can't use the data when we don't know yet. So I do think we need to at least ask and figure out what's going on. We clearly know as a board that we have a vaping problem at all of our high schools. And so as soon as we bring all of those students back on campus, we're going to be faced with this again. Right now, we're just kind of in a standing moment because most of them are at home. And so we're not having as many issues, but they're all going to come back as soon as we bring our kids back on campus.
Good
Well, now,
point,
again,
Krista.
unless the board report is wrong, it says that we did the AOD module last year at Las Flores and Tesoro. So this is.
We were offered the opportunity last year and declined. We did not participate last year.
Okay, all right.
So for clarification, we're going to receive $660 to learn, hopefully, more about our students to see if this helps us understand numbers and understand our students and their needs greater. It's not costing us anything.
Correct.
Well, then can you explain to me the anticipated total cost of $10,000 for all district schools that we will receive 600? They want us to pilot this so that they can see if they can add these questions to the CHICS survey. Is that?
It's not a pilot. It's an actual module that they're distributing to many school districts that they randomly select to participate in this additional data collection. The 10,000 covers the core. That's what we've already approved as a district. It's tied to, again, our LCAP and the way we report our climate data to the state as part of our state 8 priorities that we have to report on. So again, the 10,000 is for the core. These separate modules are free and we get a reimbursement towards the 10,000 for participating.
I have a question.
Yeah, Trustee Hanicek.
Okay, thank you. Let's come back to what we need here is we need supports for children, young people. We need to understand school climate so that we can establish policies and programs and do the best we can. And we don't have a lot of access to that. So I think what would be helpful is for us to understand the opportunity this presents. I think Trustee Castellanos started down that path. Like we have to understand our school climates. When my kids were younger, a lot of organizations got grants and funds and they came in, they understood our student population. They had anti-smoking, they had anti-drinking thing. We had a whole program in San Clemente. San Clemente is a surfing town with a drinking problem. So these are the kind of things we really need to understand. So Susan, if maybe we can back you up a little bit, let's get rid of the cost for a moment and let's try to understand what this might do to understand our school climate and maybe have a tool potentially we can work with.
And do we have any other comments?
Could I jump in really quick to add on?
Yes, absolutely.
As a student, I obviously don't know much about the money aspect because I don't really work with that stuff very often, but I do know that hearing Trustee Castellanos said, I do agree that the vaping problem on campuses, it goes unchecked a lot, like even in bathrooms, different things, different areas. As a student, I have seen literally will walk into a bathroom and have been offered vapes, or I don't know what they're called, but however you say that. I've been offered those things and I feel like it's gone unchecked And it's not as much, and the proctors do as much as they can. I know they do, but kids are kids and they can find ways around it. So I do think if we can think about the benefits of it, they may outweigh the cost. I don't know personally about the cost, but I do think this could be very beneficial to see how we can help with this problem that seems to be getting worse in our schools.
If there's no cost involved, I'm okay with it. But I feel like if there is a cost involved, or if there were to be a cost involved, this would be a case of putting the cart before the horse. We aren't talking about what we want to know and why, and what we're going to do with the information. We're just going to ask the questions and then try to figure it out. That's not how you decide to do research. You decide to do research based on a question you have and something you're going to do about it. We don't have a plan for anything that we're going to do with this. Just like, oh, well, kind of nice to know. Again, if there's no cost involved, I'm okay with it. But if we were going to be spending $9,000 on this without a clear theory of action, as the superintendent often says, I would be very opposed to it.
Dr. Holiday, can you just address what the theory of action is, what they're going to use this information for now that we've established that basically it is coming to us free at a credit of $600? What are the schools planning to do with this? I think that's what we need to address.
So both schools have requested to participate. They want this data to support students and understand where they are at with accepting that it's okay to vape, or accepting it's okay to watch somebody offer vape, or accepting that once a week is fine, or twice a week is fine, or 5 times a week is fine. They're trying to understand where students' values are, or mindsets are around usage. And then we can combat that to be able to put in programs or counseling or further lessons to support and inform students up front why they shouldn't be okay with their friend participating in vaping or partaking of marijuana or whatever it might be. But they need the data to understand what the students are thinking and where they're calibrating at with their decision making so that we can intervene.
So we could report back to the board, the survey was given, this is what we found out, and this is what the school did with the data.
Correct.
May I ask one more question, Dr. Holiday? So looking down the road, so it doesn't cost us anything now, but West Ed provides these for schools to then be able to do just that, to know what the temperature is, to know what the environment is in the schools. Is there this chance that then once we're tested and the guinea pig on this test for the first time, that they will then encourage us to have it in the future and we will have to pay more for that? How does that work with West Ed and what we're currently doing for the California Healthy Kids survey?
West Ed is implementing this module. So this isn't a pilot of testing out these questions. It's truly to get more data. They want more schools to participate in this module so they have more data that they could report on as well to inform programs, curriculum, training, and resources, just like we want to use this data to inform our services and supports. I can also call on Stacy Yogi, who has also worked with West Ed and has probably more background on their modules and what modules they have available. Stacy, would you like to add anything else?
Thanks, because I don't really know what West Ed is as a company other than these tests, surveys.
They're the organization that sponsors the surveys and have done research to develop the surveys. And they offer various modules. We report the number of students who potentially would be taking the survey, and then they send us an invoice for the cost. So we're not required to do any additional modules now or in the future. And so if we just wanted to stay with the core module in the future, we can definitely do that. If in the future we did want to add on any module such as the AOD module, we would be able to do that at an additional cost. But we're not bound to do that just based on our 2 schools participating.
Okay, well, thank you. I think that further clarifies for us what to do with this information. Are there any more comments before we vote on whether to approve the having these surveys done at Las Flores and Tesoro? And by the way, I'm going to add that I had shared with Trustee Bronstein to let her know that she might want to contact her PTA. When I was at the PTA meeting at Tesoro last week, I let them know that this was the agenda item, and that they could look it up on the website so that if there was any questions. And I'm going to assume with an astute PTSA group at Tesoro, there's nobody here saying that they don't want it done. So I'm going to assume that's their approval, because I certainly would have heard from them. So let's, Mrs. Hayes, take a roll call on the passing.
Do we have a motion and a second?
Oh, thank you. May I have a motion to approve the administration of the California Healthy Kids Survey Alcohol and Other Drug module at Las Flores Middle School and Tesoro High School?
I move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion by Trustee Hanachek and a second by Pamela Bronstein.
Student Advisor Bashkar.
Yes.
You're on mute.
Aye. Sorry.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Nay.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
That's a 601.
No, 6-1.
Sorry, 610. The motion carries. And if I could call on Clark Hampton, Deputy Superintendent, Business and Support Services, to present to us financing results for the Pacifica San Juan Community Facilities District.
Thank you, President Bolekis. So as trustees know, the school district recently sold bonds with for the Pacifica San Juan Mello-Roos CFD. It's likely the last bond sale. And I'm going to turn it over to Keith Weaver with Government Financial Strategies to give you an update on how the bond sale went. I don't want to steal his thunder about historically low interest rates, however. So I'll turn it over to Keith.
Great, thank you, Clark, appreciate it. And as Clark said, just a really brief update tonight on the results of the financings for Pacifica San Juan. That's Community Facilities District 98-1A, 98-1B, which we just wrapped up a few weeks ago. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So I'll just quickly review the process and then discuss the results and then wrap up with some suggested next steps. And if we go to the next slide. So just for orientation, you can see here a map of the location of the Community Facilities District. And you can see Pacifica San Juan is just up the hill from the district office location. If we go to the next slide, please. So we do follow best practices as much as we can when we're issuing bonds. And based on best practice criteria, we did use a negotiated sale this time with a competitive RFP process to select the bank or underwriter that we negotiated with. And that firm was called Hilltop Securities, and that negotiation took place on December 9th. Next slide, please. So here you can see a chart of a benchmark interest rate index. And in blue are the interest rates where we had previously issued bonds for Pacifica San Juan. And then in green, you can see the rate at the board presentation, followed by the rate during the sale. And what you can see that interest rates fell between the presentation and the sale. So market conditions were very favorable. And interest rates were also much, much lower than they had been historically. So all around, really nice timing to be issuing bonds because interest rates were so low. Next slide, please. So this is the status of the negotiation pricing process. So on sale day, the Hilltop Securities was selling bonds to investors and taking orders from investors to sell those bonds. And you can see here for 98-1A, 99% of the bonds have been sold. And for the longer term bonds, 8 to 9 times more orders had been received than there were bonds to sell. So really, really high levels of demand, which is great. And we saw similar results for 98-1B. If we go to the next slide, please. So in terms of the negotiation process, what do we do about the unsold bonds, which wasn't a lot, but there were some. One option is to raise interest rates, but that's more expensive. And the other option is that Hilltop will underwrite the bonds, which means that the firm itself will buy the bonds and then try to sell them later on. And so that's the option that was agreed to, and that locked in the low interest rates for the district. So we were pleased by that result. And then there's also what to do with getting so many orders on some of the bonds. One option is just to sell those bonds at those rates, but the other is to lower the interest rates and sell them really just to the most eager investors who really, really want those bonds. And that's the option that was agreed to, and Hilltop lowered interest rates, so that reduced the cost, and again was a nice result from the district's perspective. Next slide, please. So you can see a lot of numbers here, but just to kind of quickly highlight how we ended up compared to budget. Upfront costs ended up better than budget. The reserve fund, we needed less funds for reserve, which was good. There was also less mitigation funds needed because when we did a true up, there had been interest earnings and other taxes on hand. So across the board, we needed less funding, which was great. The interest rates ended up much better than expected. On A, we went from 3.4% down to 2.2%, and on B, it was 3.6% down to 2.4%. So that was good news. And then in terms of payments, which is what our taxpayers within the CFD have to pay, a $2.9 million reduction in payments. So really nice result there, and our taxpayers will benefit from that reduction. Next slide, please. So we also look to see how we did against the market. And so we have a list of criteria that we use to identify what are the similar comparable bonds that have been sold in the market, and we identified 3. Murrieta Valley Unified School District, the County of Riverside, and the City of Dana Point all recently issued CFD bonds. And so we compared ourselves against how they did. Next slide, please. And you can see that if we had received the same rates as the others, instead of getting an interest rate on 98-1A of 2.2%, it would have been about 2.5% to 2.8%, which would have been a couple $100,000 more expensive. And for 98-1B, instead of getting about 2.4%, it would have been about 2.9% to 3.1%, which would have meant several $100,000s, almost $1 million in extra expense. So again, we did really, really well, even compared to very similar bonds that had been issued in the marketplace. Next slide, please. So this next slide is showing the estimated tax projection from the taxes that are collected within the Communities Facilities District in comparison to the payments on all of the bonds that have been issued in Pacific San Juan. And you can see the taxes are much, much greater than the payments at this point. And so that will be a nice opportunity down the road to be able to reduce taxes and lower the tax rates for our taxpayers so that those taxes can be more in line with the payments. So the board will have an opportunity to consider a tax reduction later this year in August when we consider setting taxes for the upcoming fiscal year. Next slide, please. And then in terms of facilities projects, so this is our final round of funding from Pacific San Juan. We got about $4 million each for both the school district as well as the city of San Juan Capistrano. The schools that serve the CFD, as a reminder, are Palisades, Short Cliffs, and San Juan Hills. And then from the city's perspective, their funds will go towards city improvements. And so we'll have an opportunity to apply this funding toward these projects at these school sites. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, the financing has been completed at this point. The funds have been received. They're on hand. That occurred on December 30th. And as mentioned, this is our final round of funding from Pacific San Juan CFD. And then upcoming facilities project plans are in the works for Palisades. We have some staff is working on clock and bell systems for this summer, and that'll be coming to the board for your consideration in spring. And then some tech infrastructure projects planned for next summer, and that will be able to leverage federal funding that's through the E-rate matching program. And then tax levies, again, are planned for adoption in August, and so we think there'll be a really nice opportunity to reduce taxes at that time. And so to conclude, congratulations. We think the results are really fantastic and happy to take any questions.
We do not have any speakers. So this is a information item only, no board action necessary, but do trustees have any questions?
I just have a comment.
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Keith Weaver and his group. I don't think you've ever done a presentation where we haven't come out ahead. So I want to thank you so much. And anytime you want to come over and help the Hannah checks, that would be great. Also, just a little side note, thank you for any opportunity we can help our old schools. Maybe we can look at not only a bell schedule at Palisades, but the fire alarm. Fire alarm was stuck the other day, and our sweet little boy in a SAC class had convulsed. So we want to not have these things happen. So again, thank you so much to you and your team. And of course, I got a shout out to Clark. Thank you, Clark. Very helpful.
Great, thank you. Yes, really, really appreciate the feedback. And I believe John Forney is on the line here, but I'll definitely let him know that the fire alarm systems can be added for consideration.
We have a question by Trustee Davis.
First of all, thank you, Keith and Clark. That's great. I love it. I love that we were able to jump in at the right time and be able to negotiate a better rate. How likely is it that Hilltop will buy the other bonds? And how does that affect us, and does it?
Yeah, so they have bought the bonds at this point, and the effect was that we got the funding, and it also locked in the interest rates that were set at the time, so we weren't subject to market changes or interest rates going up. We were able to lock in interest rates, and again, at the same time, receive the funding from Hilltop. So we think it was a really good result, and we were pleased that Hilltop agreed to do that.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Weaver.
Okay, thank you again.
We're going to have Clark Hampton, Deputy Superintendent, now present to us agenda item number 23, the Governor's January budget proposal for fiscal year 2021 through 2022.
Thank you, President Boulikas. So throughout the school year, there's opportunities for school districts to learn more about budgeting and present to the board the status of our budget. In last November, we presented the first interim report, which is an update on our fiscal status based on information that we knew at the time. And you may remember that we had a qualified budget. So there was the outlook was not very good back in November because we had what projected out to be a future of less funding. But then the next opportunity to learn about the budget is the governor's proposal for the following year, which he just released earlier this month. And so now we're here to give you an update. And Philippa Townsend, the Assistant Superintendent of Fiscal Services, will provide the update on the impact of the governor's proposal for next year on our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Clark. So on January the 8th, Governor Newsom released his proposed state budget, which shows the state in a much better position than expected, with revenues projected to be $2.8 billion above pre-recession estimates. So the funded COLA for 21-22 will be 3.84%, which is a combination of what we were supposed to get this year and for 21-22. Subsequent year COLAs projected by school services are 1.28% and 1.61% in 23-24. Because of the lower COLAs compared to a year ago, the district budget estimates are lower compared to the second interim in 2019-20, but much improved when compared to the last budget trustees received back in November. We would no longer meet the definition of a qualified district, but would still be deficit spending. This deficit spending will need to be addressed beginning in the next fiscal year. The COLA for special education, child nutrition, preschool, the mandate block grant, and other categorical programs will be lower, funded at 1.5%. A deposit will be made by the state to the Rainy Day Fund, which will trigger the 10% reserve cap for districts starting in 2022-23. We don't anticipate exceeding the reserve cap, however, but if necessary, we would recommend committing funds in the future should we exceed the cap. For special education, there is a proposal to fund early intervention grants with an additional $300 million, which is similar to last year's proposal, but slightly smaller. Money for reopening schools is proposed for districts that offer in-person instruction for elementary students this year, or that are already offering in-person instruction. The application is due to the Orange County Department of Education on February 1st, so pretty quickly, and districts must have weekly testing in place for staff and students while they are in the deep purple tier. $4.6 billion is also allocated for extended learning and academic intervention to promote a longer school year and/or summer school. Complete details are not yet available, but funds will be distributed based on the number of foster youth and share of the local control funding formula dollars per district. The Educator Effectiveness Block Grant is funded again for 1 year, as is the Classified School Employees Credentialing Program. Preschool will receive $250 million in one-time Proposition 98 funds to incentivize expanded transitional kindergarten. From the second stimulus bill, the district is projected to receive approximately $15 million in one-time monies from the Elementary and Secondary Emergency Relief, or ESSER fund, which will be similar to the first round of ESSER funding that the district is currently using from the CARES Act monies. An additional $4.1 billion of the Governor's Emergency Education Relief, or GEAR fund money will also be received by the state from the second stimulus bill, but half of this is mandated to be spent on private schools, and it is not yet known how the governor intends to allocate the rest of the money. So for now, it's important to note that this is all still a proposal and is likely to change in some way before we get to the adopted budget in June. More details will be provided to the board along with a second interim budget on March the 3rd.
Thank you. We have a speaker on this item, Jessica Geyer.
I don't have Jessica logged in at this time. Be logged out.
All right. Well, let's open it up to any questions or comments from trustees.
Clark and Philippa, there was no exhibit on this, right?
No exhibit.
Okay, thank you. I thought maybe I missed something, but.
Yeah, this is an information only item. Again, we will not be voting on this. Does anybody else have another question? Trustee Hanachek.
I'm hoping that what Jessica was probably going to talk about is the work of our CUC PTSA LEDGE teams, along with our own lobbyist and with guidance through Superintendent Vitale as well. So they have crafted some amazing campaigns. So I'm hoping maybe soon, if we have another discussion again around the budget, that we understand what our community does and tries to go to bat for us. So I feel like we just sit here like we're pawns, and we do try for advocacy, and they've been meeting with our congressional representatives as well. So if we could get a bigger movement around them, we have 50,000 students and we cover all these cities, it would benefit everybody exponentially. So I look forward to when we can get a LEDGE presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee McNicholas?
I know things are still coming, but I am actively following CSBA's webinars on the budget and Capital Advisors and anybody else who's talking about this. So I want to make sure we're all, I know, and they all say the same thing. It keeps changing. It keeps changing. And a lot of the things that, the public sees is, oh, a record year for education funding, more than you've ever seen. And a lot of it is one-time money and is categorical and doesn't help us keep out of that deficit spending window a couple of years from now. So cautiously optimistic, I guess, is the word.
I think the only other thing I wanted to add and underscore is that I am very excited that we're applying for this grant. because there's been a lot of talk about how hard it would be and to get the testing done, and just really want to appreciate the team's work to figure that out and work with the county and the partnership with our bargaining units, so that we already have a safety plan. We already have MOUs in place, so we're good to go and ready to go to do that. And they did all the analysis underneath testing and how that would work. And it is a super short timeline. So I just want to, appreciate, shout out to the team, and just really excited about being able to turn that in for February 1st with the potential of getting that grant money, if the grant money then comes through as the governor has proposed it.
So you're talking about the reopening schools plan, not the budget necessarily, but the reopening schools plan, right?
Yeah, part of that is that you have to have that safety plan. So we'll have a little addendum to that around the testing piece. But just to have all that in place, to be able to be nimble to apply is just pretty amazing, quite frankly. So I'm super, super excited about that.
Trustee Davis?
Huge shout out to our team. I absolutely, that is a massive undertaking to fit every single one of those items. Because when I read over it, it was a lot. So thank you to our team for making that a priority and making it a priority to get our kids back in school quickly and as safely as we can, working under all guidelines that we have.
Agree. We have an excellent staff doing the hard work. Any other comments? Okay. And agenda item number 24, I'd like to call on Trustee Hanachek to present the request to reevaluate the agenda item that was on the December 16th meeting, agenda item number 42.
Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing this back. I think in all good faith, in December, we were thinking about a group of young people who have been very challenged. And so it was, I don't think all of the voices of all the children, young people were heard, as well as many, if not most, of our educators who pride themselves on nurturing the best they can out of their students. So I personally am not looking into overturning the credit, no credit. We would have to bring this back if all of you were interested in doing that. But I do believe we have, and we should have, the chance to add, I'm not sure we would call it choice, where someone could extrapolate and pull out their A. And for a myriad of reasons, a lot of kids have worked super, super hard. I've been hearing stories about they were D's and then all of a sudden they got the A. Also, if we don't do this, we have the superintendent's honors roll. And even though grades don't necessarily affect some things, but it really affects that. I think right now it's 3.86 and you're applicable for the superintendent honors roll. If you reduce to only 4 classes that count with grades, you'd have to be a 4.0. So we'd have to go in and change that policy as well. So I'm hoping my fellow board members would vote to bring this back so that we can better serve all students, and especially in these extraordinary times. We need the flexibility to do that. I have, if you have questions, I'll answer. So.
Well, before we open it to trustees, we do have blue cards.
Okay.
And our first speaker is Michelle Bossel Campbell.
Yay! Did I get it right? You did. Good job. Thanks. Gets easier with time. So good evening. Thank you for considering to bring back this temporary policy on PE grades. I think it is important that student voice be considered in their grades. Many felt robbed of acknowledgement when letter grades changed to credit, no credit at the last minute. This policy change did not fit for all. So I kindly, and while I recognize that credit, no credit works for many, it did not fit for all. So I kindly ask that you bring back to review the temporary grading policy in physical education to consider giving students the option to have either a letter grade or credit, no credit, so that student work is honored given the challenging times we are in. This will also allow for recognition of the amazing PE teachers who went above and beyond to help their students learn PE in the most unusual of circumstances, so their students' grades can shine. So thank you for considering to bring back this policy for further discussion. I also want to thank Mr. Brown, one of Miguel Hill's PE teachers, for his comments earlier tonight and the work he did with students to help them bring up their grades after they had already spent the day in school. He stayed after school or during our 6th period starting at 2:35 to work with them. It's really honoring the work of PE teachers such as himself and others if we can bring this back for further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Stephanie Tarzia?
Good evening, Superintendent, trustees, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening, and thank you, Trustee Hanachek, for bringing this back. First, I would like to begin by sharing an experience that I was reminded of when listening to oral comments in tonight's meeting. A couple of months ago, I streamed our CUSD board meeting on YouTube, and at the conclusion of our meeting, a different school district board meeting began streaming. I was drawn into the meeting because the tone and tenor as the public exchanged concerns, thoughts, and ideas with their board was so different from some staff and trustees at CUSD board meetings. This CUSD board meeting culture may have been established before our current group, as the public can at times be treated in an aggressive and hostile manner. In this new year, I hope that this can be an area that our district can work to change so that interactions with the public are in a more collaborative and kind manner. To the agenda item that I requested to address regarding PE grades and evaluation. First, from a point of precedent, it was very upsetting to CUSD students for grades to be changed from letter grade to credit or no credit very late in the quarter. It would be helpful if changes as such would be made before a grading period begins. With regard to the change, it sends a poor message to students that put in an effort to earn a letter grade that they were proud of, and to have their grade changed to credit, rewarded students who did not earn a desirable grade with credit. On behalf of students, I hope that trustees will reconsider the previous vote so that students be given the grade they earned, as potentially there are some students that maybe PE was the only class that they earned an A, and now that has been taken away. Also, as Michelle stated, I'm very proud of the so many PE teachers that have dedicated themselves to find a way to offer PE in these difficult times. Especially AVMS, Mr. Wade really took all of his efforts to make encouraging videos, make himself available to all of his students above and beyond physical education to make students be seen and have a place that they could talk to a teacher if they were struggling, and really took time to make all the students feel supported and provide an avenue for physical education. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not certain if we'll find Jessica Geyer on the other end, but she did request to speak on this item.
Having computer issues tonight, so she apologizes.
Okay, so you did hear from her.
I did, yes.
Okay. All right, so let's open it up to any trustee questions or comments. I'm sorry, Trustee McNicholas.
Yes, this was one of the issues that I wanted to bring forward back in October as far as going credit, no credit. So if you want to blame somebody for bringing this forward, I was probably one of the instigators of that. And as I'm also taking credit for being one of the people that approved the APEX curriculum for PE last spring. And that was horrible. And again, some of our rock star PE teachers, some of them stuck to it as much as they hated it, and and really tried and really encouraged the kids, and others threw it out the window and did something better. So, you know, part of the reason, and I guess this is an excuse, so I'm excuse of trying to make it do no harm, is the other thing is of the teachers, there were some teachers that made it work. Some teachers did their own thing, and then some didn't make it work and didn't do their own thing. So there's a tremendous inconsistency across the district. There were increased numbers of D's and F's, And we got, I don't want to say hundreds, but dozens of emails on how horrible Apex was. So this was an effort to do no harm. At the time, if you recall, back in December, we did ask, several of us, trustees asked, if there was a way we could do a choice, like we did last spring, where we gave students and families a choice of whether they wanted the grade or the credit, no credit. And the timing was just so critical. We were like 2 days before the end of the semester, and it really would, the report from staff was like, we don't have the support of teachers on this. We don't think we can do it in time. So we voted what we did. Now I think, and maybe if Dr. Holliday is on the line, she may have some more information and maybe has talked to some of the teachers about how easy, or not easy, but how this could be done, and to be able to give kids a choice. Families a choice, because I sympathize with those families that really put the effort into getting the A and then to have the rug pulled out from under them at the end. But the intention was not necessarily, was to not harm them, but not harm the ones that were the D's and the F's on the end, that were getting D's and F's for really no fault of their own. So I think go ahead. We're at a position.
I'm sorry.
We may be able to do that.
I'm going to interrupt because, again, tonight it's not the policy. It's a discussion about whether you want to bring it back or not. So as your superintendent, I just need to remind us of that.
Yes. And also I'll put in, I know the idea was to reconsider the item, and the parliamentarian in me says you can't reconsider something after the fact. So this is why we're reevaluating. So unless there's any other comments, I will move to reevaluate this at our next board meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee McNicholas and a second by trustee Davis. Shall we take it to a vote? Mrs. Hayes?
Gila has I think Gila.
Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Jones.
And I think Pamela does, Trustee Bronstein does as well. I had asked at one point to find out what the reaction from our teachers was on this matter. And I also want to clarify whether this is something that will, where if we reconsider this and if it passes, does that mean that the default will still be credit, no credit, and it will be grade upon request? So first of all, did we hear back? I was expecting to hear Joy Schnapper speak on this item.
Trustee Jones, this is Susan Holliday, and I have met with the PE teachers and middle school PE teachers specifically. I asked them specifically to provide me their feedback on whether they were interested in doing the option or a choice, and it was almost unanimous. I heard back from them that they wanted to be able to provide students that got an A the opportunity to select that A. And so that's what I've heard in the time that I've met with them. I met with them in January and have been in early January and have been in communication with a few of them, just leading and supporting our PLC work around this.
Okay.
Dr. Holliday, just then for further clarification on that, because I have honestly only received emails from parents where they've cited their child would have had an A. So, or is okay, never mind. We're just voting whether we're going to bring this back. Okay.
Well, and what we would do procedurally is we would bring you back language that allows you to then hone it down to whatever you want it to be.
Okay.
So we'll bring you draft options to then cut out, add to, whatever that may be. We'll propose something.
Thank you. And Trustee Bronstein?
I'd just like to make sure that the high school PE teachers are also on board with the potential for grade change. I just want all the information. It seems like we have new information now, so I support looking at this again, but I want to make sure we have all the information next time.
We will include that in the board report as well.
And then if there's any little hanging things around it, like superintendent's honors roll, so things that we'll make sure we consider anything that might affect a student when you don't have a letter grade, what that looks like. So that'd be helpful too. When we bring it back, right? We're bringing it back.
Okay, let's see. Did I have a motion to?
You have a motion and a second. It was moved by McNicholas and seconded by Castellanos. So
we'll take it to a vote. Ms. Hayes.
Student Advisor Boschkar.
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos. Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
That's 700. And
So we will bring back the policy with a board report that includes the items that were raised this evening, along with optional language, and we'll work with our PE teachers on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final agenda item this evening, we're going to recognize Clark Hampton, Deputy Superintendent, for number 25, the first reading of Board Policy 7511, naming of facilities.
Thank you, President Bolekis. This is a relatively short policy, and what the revisions do is allows more flexibility for naming buildings and or fields or renaming schools. So it allows more flexibility in the naming and renaming of schools, and then being able to name individual buildings, and provides the guidance for how it should be done. Again, it's the first reading.
Okay, we do not have any blue cards on this evening. Do trustees have questions?
Can we waive the first reading or the second reading? And yeah, everyone's here tonight.
Yep.
Do we need to vote on waiving the first reading?
Yes.
Need a motion to waive the second reading and take a vote.
I make a motion to waive the second reading.
Second.
Okay, so it was moved by Trustee Bronstein and seconded by Trustee Jones.
Student Advisor Boschkar.
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Who is that, me? Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Okay, passes on 700.
I move approval of the first reading of Board Policy 7511. Naming.
Moved by Trustee McNicholas, seconded by Trustee Davis.
Student Advisor Boschkar.
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
The motion carries 700 by a roll call vote to approve the first reading of Board Policy 7511, naming of facilities. There being no further business before the board, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee McNicholas and seconded by Trustee Davis. Mrs. Hayes, please call roll.
Student Advisor Boschkar.
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 700 by a roll call vote to adjourn the meeting. The time is now 9:13 p.m. and our next regular meeting will be on Wednesday, February 17th at 7 p.m. Thank you and good night.